looping. I've been moving my controller slightly as I was downstairs because reasons. Um, but yeah, I got myself some coffee because why not? And um, cookies and a treat to last for a bit longer, and I got some more water. All right, so to continue with the story, I also made sure that the kids were fed and that the missus didn't need me for anything specific. All right, Aaron Bell, explain. Oh, God, this is Bachibello, the home of the Belly Bello. Wooklamat should have arrived before us. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession. Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate then, that ideal in quotes woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And the nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery to our finest lady. That's right. Come, third promise. My well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady. I like the sound of that. Oh dear. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Aaronville, when did you... Okay. Ah, a Shitona from far off Zoktara? Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. Oh my. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just being flattered, that's what. As mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customer like Wook Lamont fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Very well. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. Words of caution to heart. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Corral, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Uklamat, you and Aaronville may approach travelers and passerbys. Kirby Pepe, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn all of these, let us relay it to the third promise. Sounds good to me. South. 150 on south is that way. Mossman head. Southwest. Calm down. assuming there's gonna be a gulf somewhere where I can't do a thing anymore. Southeast. Yeah, I think I'm coming up on it right now, actually. Southeast. Yeah, I think it's here. Oh man. That's an early one. That's really bad, actually. Southeast. Ow. Yeah, I'm quite interested of that. So like right at the edge? Up there or something? That looks straight south. Yep. Well, that was really close. That means it'll probably be further northward. Oh. Seed reliable. Alright, calm down. No need to be so angry. Alright, so we have a distillery worker here. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Oh, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? Me? I don't much care for who sits on the throne as long as they keep Tyrell peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Get him drunk and then have him pay more. Oh, right. Yes, you were asking about the Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I heard that there's contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Ooh. That's not bad, actually. I don't need an alpaca porter. I just want to activate you so that your little question mark goes, or exclamation mark goes away. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Jam. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our spheres of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers in the thousands. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've been crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Jah or his policies. I mean, at least you're being honest. Mablu. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Yes, do you know who the Elector is, potentially? Sorry, I don't know any electors. You should take a moment to see the prized alpaca before you leave, though. Oh, and be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous owners may be tempted to spit on you. And that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. AKA talk to Tobley. Tobley is the Elector. I am A-okay with that. Whee! have to watch yourself around these silver-toed pillars. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal, a stack of blazons, and there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobly is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if we only were to share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here, so I say we pay a visit before the others return. As long as you don't buy an alpaca. Like, straight up, don't buy alpacas. Ugh, that's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. The peanut butter cookie is actually really nice. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobly? Tobly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobly often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Yeah, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobly a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobly. Let's ask some questions first and narrow down the field. Great, we can meet back here to share our impressions. You think I might be Tobly? Well, haha, well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobly? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third promise and her entourage. Sharp answer. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpaca will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Well, obviously I'm not Tobly. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobly is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. I see we're both done with our interrogations. Who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but it's here to pick. The diligent. Ah, the worker so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off of our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobly, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobly, head ledger of Wachun Pello, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gugel's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuliolaga saga just as we thought. I was right to trust your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Well, you already done it twice. She found you fair and square, Tobly. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Not hard at all. Oh, it's the first promise.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobly, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobly. That's part of the test.
You're Tobly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
The example? I like that wording for that.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
He's gonna get spat on for sure. Yep.
Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit. as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braids like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
Yes.
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell.
Okay.
And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Oh.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
That's crazy.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
True.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
They're just another animal. Indeed.
Are you alright, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
You did.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
That's actually a great or a great challenge. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff of me? A sniff for me, just to make sure. The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Ain't no way anyone wants to... As Wiklama helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I had enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants? If you wanted a taming saddle, you'll have to find a saddler and make them an offer. They won't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel. In the thousands. Column. 10,000? You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, it comes to around 1,000,000 or so. Perhaps if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. It wouldn't feel right having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case, the basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel, in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for whatever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000, so we're looking for 100 times more. Oh right, I panicked and got confused with Alphanud's million gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal making. Hello again. Mablu. I work here as a redchan, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although Kirby Pepe, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars all the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. I don't know about that. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca. If it is misplaced or soiled in some way, you have nothing to bargain with. Ooh, very true. As if I do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Kirby. Anyway, the better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havel, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but he'll give us an much he'll accept for his wares. Very true. Very true indeed. Bum 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 bum. Alright, Havel. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With a basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Perhaps. Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. A jug, huh? This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why did you have to double the price? Because I support the man of ambition who'll see my business prosper. Zoral will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring in him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of those Pelu pray for your victory, Wuklamot. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. We've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havel, convinced that the first promise plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Melblue? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokhui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the Satamagnarox is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Tuliolial on the line of Tyrol. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. Let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. That seems rude. He just spent 3 times the amount. Of course, the weaver, Bolnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. I don't know if I agree with that thought process. North? Like up there? the wall, climb up higher, and jump. There we go. There we go. This might hurt a little bit. Okay, that's not too bad. There's the ether current. West. That's pretty far west, actually. Barbamol. Northwest. I should be able to start seeing it soon. I see, okay. Bum 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 ba da da. It's right there, which I can climb up from here. I can not? Yes, I can. I just need to jump a bit. Damn. I can jump here. That's fine. This is fine. I just need to, oops, probably get the right sort of speed and angle. I want to go down a little bit more. Does that make sense to me? Huh? Okay, looks like I have to go all the way around then. That's quite annoying. I thought for sure I could get a shortcut there. Kinda looks like it. Kinda. Mega Magway. Mega Magway. Oops. Of course. Okay. This one's which one? 3? More west. It'll turn northwest probably once I reach this. Not top cactuar. Not top cactuar. I see it. Okay. that's a bit of a surprising direction. Monkey. Who knows how many needles? Well, you'd know, I thought. There should be the last one. The rest of them should be absurdly far. Like, extra south or something stupid. Wait. I can't go 143 south, I'm pretty sure. See, I'm at 17, so it's 16. Wait. 17. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't go further south. Because it'd be like right there, but. So I can port to Wachumpelo. Bum 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 bum. This is the spot. After he walked off to the south. He was probably going to Uklovo's Inn. Most visitors to Wachumpelo end up staying there. We go check. Shall we go and check? Yeah, we might as well. Bum 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 bum. There's such a large landmass to the south that I can't even access. Can I have that basket, Kirby Pepe? I don't know if I trust you. Think. So let's see if we can turn a profit. Like I said, I don't know if I trust her. Well, look, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Explains the entire situation. I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Ooh, that's lucky. Peace and Terrell is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus, I humbly suffer this wool poncho, humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that should usually cost 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bullnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Kirby remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. One which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Kirby Pippa, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Ironville would never let me hear the end of it. Absolutely. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Where? Success. You traded 100 pel basket of the Palco wool for 500 pel wool poncho. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? Well, they aren't wearing one. Well, that's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for someone without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand of our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the end. There might be some interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Momoja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Momoja who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movement. Even so, if they have even if they have bared shoulders, Momoja carrying arms can be struck off the list. Well, Dropple might be. So I'm thinking this guy. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my skills intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliolo, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you would like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself, and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp and half made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Ooh, from 500 to 1,000. We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu muncher. Oh, like the eponymous owner of Miplu Mate Garden for one. Her field hands use hatches to harvest the mate, and I thought I'd impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. I'm glad to have met you. Well, he gave us hints. Ooh. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's Mate Garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance of it. We should take a Pacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Yeah, you got me. They should be. There's a merchant here. Let's see. I'm curious. So, pickaxe, small hatchet. Hatchet is 51k. Okay. Before I get more distracted. Well done recognizing the toolmaker as a potential customer. If you have mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Thank you? Question mark? Lookman steals herself. Before we get moving, you should be the one who hold us. Yeah, I agree. I'll just put it with all my other hatchets. With that, I suppose we should hop on it. The alpacas Mobley has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Let's begin. And it's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to be ball. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for writing no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friend, Sweet Pillow would have never become traveling merchants. Could you imagine walking across Tyrell? That's crazy. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Huh. Orkozomor? Wasn't that the name? A forbidding sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the yoke. Hui. So, Mobley, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? No, I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I could help you buy the tamings out of though, then it'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd better get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. Prattle, prattle, prattle. Brattle, brattle, brattle. Brattle, brattle, brattle. It's quite cute. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Iklov's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we get to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head lager's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're going to prepare for the Feast of Gold. It is mate harvesting season, and they can't have too many quality hatchers. Add to that, look Lamott's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meeplu herself over there. Pass the hatch to Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. You have that little axe for me? That little axe for me? Thanks. Now let's see what we can get for it. You're Meat Blue, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel and 1,000 column, the same price as the hatches. This deal would bring us no closer to the MSQ. If I may, Mr. Son, it is harvest season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatches afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample bunch of tools well in advance. We missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in third promise's good graces. That should be worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second's promise. Its innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Woklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves are no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Quona reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Adding values to tips the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Maulu. Kirby, Bebe, and I have might together. Mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then. Mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. So 15 total. Verdant mate leaves, huh? Oh my god. Is shiny burb. Is the burb of the shiny type burbsies. You brought me some leaves then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions though. Here, we've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, 1 sack of those would leave you no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Nice. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. That's actually really good. Mob Blue, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting the basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Terrell's peace, and becoming Dawn Server happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. Say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Koana and Zoralja? That's a good question. I don't know. At the moment, probably, but it's still the beginning. I mean, of course I am. I'm Woklamat, of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Quest complete. Before we go, let me give you the main list. Need to risk proving Aaronville's point. Alrighty then, our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Which is back home, right? Yeah. This way. That far. We'll want to speak to the man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his products, so if we convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here at the distillery, perhaps Wuklaman can do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I head north side and see what I can learn. Absolutely. Gobli might be a deft hand at distilling, but he has got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he has been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around agave jaws. That's the field where they gather the ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of its product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. That is very true, actually. I'm a chief of Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Goblin's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. That is true. Don't get drunk when making financial decisions like that. It's right here. So, what did you find out? He's a slob. He's a slob. Needs help with the fields, and he likes drinking during a deal. As for me, I found out where Gobli is working. There's a milestone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring home. Sounds good? Monkey. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the pocket woman's work? Okay. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of maple leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Maple leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal, just like that. Still, I hate to send you away, Hineo. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of the cards do you want to play first? This one. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I heard one of your regular carvers, Bigo Chief, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like my tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hobigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, with that, even with the added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? No, not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeves until we need it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As I expect you're aware, the Radiance Ascension is currently taking place. That's why the Third Promise has graced us with their presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent Ascension ceremony and banquet will have a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional MSQ would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared. My first impressions first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Bolok Shunsa. It would be a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing, an introduction to a weaver. His name is Bolnok, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolo. As a supporter of Woklama and a keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the skills aren't quite balancing. Now we offer the thing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in the Gav Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be more grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hired sellers to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and the instructions to this is shaping up to be a sound bargain, alright? You have a deal. Yes, I knew we'd come around. Give us a moment and Kirby and I will take care of those prowling new assistants. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introduction letter to Bolnok. The field you're looking for is just north of Wachunbelo. Be safe. Gotta beat up some things. Gotta shoot him in the head with my gun. That should be a garbage. It's just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of pests. Absolutely. Compared to the creatures I handled with puppets, there's no challenge at all. Let's head back to the distillery and all that's left to get Moby the sack of mate leaves for the deal. Yeah. So she can seal the deal. Seal the deal. Wait, why did I just teleport? What the hell's my problem? Well, masters were no trouble. Those masters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now we have second leaves. Here you go. Thank you for looking after our precious training units. Your monster problem has been resolved, Mr. Globally. Here are the mate leaves and the written introduction to Bulwark as agreed. The deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mabu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mabu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm a right hand. For now, should I ever become a proper merchant though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pill jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. You mean you've never had a million gills somewhere? Can you imagine if we dropped in and had to start all over again? That'd be space not far. We just need to cross the plaza. Am I encumbered? No? Okay. It'll be 2 quests here. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Phew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, Saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an expiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no Clement, but Zoraljo, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelipelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. I haven't drank water in a while. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with only 100 pelt basket of alpaca wool, Blue. You're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you, and it makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. The graphics on the screen is kind of funny. Ba-da-da-da. Just gotta drive my special fancy car. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know, this is something I need to learn. Great sunken gods, I did it! He hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Woglamon's touch. That is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Haha, you're only now noticing that? Soralja, he's back. Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca he brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say that the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Woglamon. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Terrell can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolo all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and the renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery brings for a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of the empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. Oof. The oppressed fought back with their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool should seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Kugol Jal did not elevate the Mamujang, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only to Liolal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. So we get to see Wuklamat. I'll ponder Zorojal and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle, I practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Overkanka is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamat off on her hunt. That is true. I'm riding a Damel. Al Giraffe. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer. So I can press this button to cheer.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too.
That is true.
Right. I'm off.
To catch an alpaca.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wuklamat is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
aren't you a Shaitana from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
Now that's surprising.
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the rite of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City.
Not me.
Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it.
Did she get spit on a bench? That's the question.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Wuklamot still seems... Oh, wait. I'm so relieved that our bronze came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy defeat of a goal. Wuklamot still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away to fatigue like that, though? Matey. Like magic, though? Fake tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Malu so widely suggested, we shall set a slower pace of our exhausted Third Promise. Came back to ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wooklamut can't be that far behind. You are correct. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. There we go. Reading is the thing. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished a feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although, I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Jal did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to the innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, and that being Google Jaw himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolil, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yokhui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then came along the young Yugaljaw, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yokulan stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Guja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Guljaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelupelu from the Yokyui subjugation. He then turned an aspiring eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering a mini amity between the clans. So it was a few words from Guljaja. So it was that a few words from Guljaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Itinerant. I never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelupelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Uljaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up to the highlands. Thus he did capture a golden alpaca. So my brother and father caught the rarest of creatures, while northern ones the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's earned me, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelupelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. And now there's going to be one per dungeon, roughly. More to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wukalamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Doubly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet, never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such fashion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I am sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhui. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopachi, Pacha, and the Pelupelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of the Yoktural and all its people. During that era, the Pelupelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Crow, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since you've finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like that just like it first became fashionable in the Yogg-Saron around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right around the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet, the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystone sounds. I say we head back to Tuliala and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for your help. I will become Dawn servant, so make sure to set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoraljal supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Woklama. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoraljal and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise, like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zaraltev with us. The contest has hardly begun. Alright, we have two quests to do here. No way. Really? How annoying. I'm not that interested in this cutscene. And there's one to the south? Where? And on the other side of this? Yes, it is on the other side. Okay. So I'm looking for a young mercenary and a mage. So it'd be the staff bearing one because magic. Bum ba da 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 na na na. Blast. process is barely beginning. We already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers are doing this well yet. We can only hope. Now we've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Uljaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Carl said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokui is in the upper reaches of Rokopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we have to take the long way through Kozamaoka. The route will take us close to the Mountain region, which is another important location in the saga. Since we need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we'll call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless is this. The great stairs leading to the Moblin Center collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at cabins or see more of the cities, whichever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course, who do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. Let's get those tacos. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bokujaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introduce you to Ropely, did I? He's the man in charge of the Wachu Meki Meki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Sure. Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Maximus to the east and the other side of the bay. I haven't actually checked my something, but that is true. What we has. We has trash, that's what we has. Okay, so before I continue this, it's time for another break. Make sure to stretch and stuff. I will be back after a pee and maybe some stretching. That was one thing. So now we move on to the next step. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine morning? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? Or something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tural's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Though he may have a reason to visit watching Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. Pleased to meet you, everybody. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Thangred. No. I've seen that man somewhere before. Oh, he was on the boat with us. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Florgentine? Yes, that was his name. You've been learning like a flightly admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it, then. Why are you here? That is to say... and we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know if you find him first. By Link Pearl, if you find him first. Imagine that. What the? Alright, let's see. You were conversing with Master Rapoli, but wait, we met before, haven't we? On the ship. We have met before, yes. On the ship. Correct. You found them? Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Do you have business with Rapoli or not? Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you. Do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it. I suppose I could share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tulio, I worked as a goldsmith at a prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah, Estime's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked. Any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus I did take the ship, hoping to find a new fresh beginning on new shores. Yet, as you witness, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employee. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright, then. You offered a morsel, then served us a full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament, or feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, not me. I'm Waklamut, the third promise of Tuliola, daughter of the Dawn servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and find yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted to spread joy through my crafts, as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important. Bum. Oh, sorry, Karubu. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to Dr. Ropley. What if he has not? Jesus Christ. Twas kind of you to come, but you needed warning. I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine. I am a goldsmith from Olda in a faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachu Meki Meki. If you will have me, I only ask for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachu Meki Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of the High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Robley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of the Wachu Meki Meki artisan. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fonjingtain. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head to the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. Enough of the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Riding a boat, what do you mean? Look there. That is my big plan. What is that? It's a Punuti? She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpaca is now Punutis. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But did it have to be my old nemesis, another boat? Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamauka rode these riverbeds to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Doral now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appears to be several on the water. Kwana! Lamatil. Traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Tancred, Yurian J. What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I heard much of the incomparable art during my time at the studio. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the scholar to arrange an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second promise has specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Kenta, Statkin, and I received the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as investments born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I only covered the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job? A few. The nation of Tuliolal spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing on this to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Orianje at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kuana and Wuklama are vying for the throne, as Kuana's entourage. Does that mean you resolve to defeat all his opponents, including us? We've sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kuana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and I expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. Bum bum. Ba bum 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 dun. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel alone, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the opportunity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away as far from the front of the boat as possible. You got it. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, though it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up in front with Erenville just in case. I like to stay on deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. Now I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kyle will stand on guard with Kirby. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than often. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. And I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and load the boat when you're ready. Dungeon! Let the hunt begin. Ihuktiak. Dungeon number 1. Only 7 hours into the expansion with about an hour break. Flight guards up ahead. Raja or gods, is it?
Try this!
You cannot stop us! There!
We're in for some rain, it seems. That is Buko Jaja. Head straight for us. Be ready for anything. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift courtesy of the Blessed Seals.
Hold still.
You cannot stop us!
God, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. The harness. Afraid of a fair fight? See up river. That far. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Yeah, but what do? Aaronville, we're losing speed. The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we'll have to pull over. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route overland. We'll try to catch up to you later. Not tremendous damage. If you could help me, I'll say, of course, whatever you need. It seems to be taking a long way around the web, and what strange happenstance? Have some misfortune of falling by Vizzle? Apology, friends. It seems you'll be taking a long way. Such cheek. We'll have to find another route. Apparently. that time we went to the other side even.
Take that! That was easy. I'll need that. River's Breath Round Brush.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Perfect timing. Perfect timing indeed. Huh? There is no communication. Those cavern tremors were dug by the Yokui in the search of gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout the region. While I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river's journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now, please let me off. No more bolts. Oh, are you... Oh, you're not alright. Oh, I skipped it. How a shame. Okay, well... I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting. That admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. And I'm gonna have to replay this specific area. At least I can skip the cutscenes up to here. Oh, you know what this means? Southwest. Over that giant mountain set. If I had to take a guess, it's something about her being sick still and having to wait. And then they all go ahead, and I stay back. If I had to take a guess, I would have to really, really look into it though. Yeah, okay. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Yeah, I'll say that over and over again. You can't measure your worth based off of others.
Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean? I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making.
There we go.
I will find the city of gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Meanwhile, in the Second Promises camp.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Bardessian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawnservant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Meanwhile, with the first promise.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawnservant.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Bakul Jaja. Earlier with him. What are we doing?
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. But do it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
That's crazy. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better, for myself and for my people. Nice. What was I gonna check? Oh yeah, not that. This. Way to not select the right. There we go. The moblin settlement of Arthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favorite hunter ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigades will be desperate for victims to ambush, although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zoral John the Landsguard been doing? Seems up to me to restore order in the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west. Alright. And aim for the Bink Second River. So what I'll be doing is tuning, and then... So it is one west, okay. Oh, and a backup. Keep. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party this size. Arthenshire is just a little further ahead on the opposite bank of Yakabek Zoma, but let's remain vigilant all the same. Let's remain vigilant. Vigilant. West. There's 3 more Aether Currents here. It might be like right here. Pretty sure, maybe? Yeah. Wait, south from here? This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Tuliyola saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different though. The Shire appears custom built to resemble Pots, where the other is a repurposed town. Poof, cough. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Rock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Rook would like to do that, just that we have much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs. Ugh. It dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. There is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworns with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metal work in Tural. This is unacceptable. I was promised no destructions. If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Wakchu Meki Meki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the pot pack. Should all our Potsworns leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me a chance to learn more about your people in your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I wasn't actually sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Reedy Rock truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rakorok. Rakorok. You other four follow Reedorok. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. Hand lending. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at Many Fires. There'll be no more feigning straight, no more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, is how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now let's find this Rakorok fellow and see what we can do for him. Alpaca keep. Alpaca keep. Southeast. Cough. Rakorok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot cat is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Rakorok. Rakorok accepts your hand lending with joyous field smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Cough. What Rakorok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahe. The help hand assigned to Kahe was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakorok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahe. What does Kahe want? What does Kahe need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guesting. Please guesting with Rakorok. Find out what Kahe is liking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Right, so this is where Kahe works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. It'd be a lot clearer if we just talk about that. It's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave them be and try our hand at some guesting. Guesting. Well, let's see. No surge to crack mechanism. Something else is missing. The tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones. They're dying of heat. We must be boiling since so close to the furnace. There's no airflow to speak of. How can anyone work in stifling heat? Indeed, indeed. Where it touches meal, that dish is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its savor. So, AC, maybe a meal that can be eaten whenever, and new tools? Alright, after taking a look, I think I have an idea of what Kahe might want to improve with his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rock. So much Johns. Poof, cough. You made your observations? What did you think? First off, we noticed as it touches food, an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking. But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rock is sure of nothing when it comes to Kake's taste. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also a Hishtar, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share, like the aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kake probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rock would never have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Garrett couldn't concentrate. Our hometown is hot and dry, and even Kahe seemed to be suffering in front of the furnace. Is there any way you can cool it down in the workshop? We could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where you can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who give up on their search for the Golden City. So we have to summon them from bricks. You can handle that for us? Absolutely. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, his files and saws are things were very worn down. Maybe the next set of tools are in order? Rockar was super awkward with sucking materials, a serious oversight, which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We'll meet back here when our tasks are done. Sure. The children are past the cracks through the tunnel to the southeast. Here, you should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Sounds good. There's one northwest. And southeast. They're about equal distance. So let's do the southeast one because that's where this one's taking me. You're a Kirby puppet, aren't you? What brings you out here? The issue with the caring for the potsword. When they approached me with the same premise, it's just that they commissioned artisans from Charlian instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed after all. However, the Mamas did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage in uniformly trade collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We are on our way back for procuring herbs for Ryanje, in fact. Settlements in Kozamauka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded if we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts is to establish a reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlian technology. My apologies. I have much to consider. If you will excuse us, we'll meet again soon. I'm sure. Take care, Kirby. I'm still upset that you made me go the long way, you ass muncher. Let me shoot you. Let me shoot you. So that hole over there. Huh? Jungle iguana, are you gonna eat me? No, okay. Aha! It's not the fiery orange crystal, but I'm gonna touch it anyway. So now it's northeast. Northwest, I mean. The warm sensation up here, the wind crystal, ice sheet. Bright green will be the wind crystal. Because the blue one will be like water. Destination whisper wind. Nice. Oh, I'm already done with this area. Cool. I went from 690 to okay. Yep, that's fine with me. Here you go, sir. Is that a cool breeze? Rock feels? Drafty shard. Yes, thank you for finding the drafty shard. Rock will add it to the new set of tools he bought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook is prepared a feast fit for most discerning his sorrow, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahe thinks of our efforts. See if we guess thinked it correctly. Guess thought it correctly? Guess thought. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. I find meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pack. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot sword. It was an HQ. It was just one. For it to be HQ, it would be twing, twing. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Buxuna. The craftsman satisfies Arthur's reputation for quality, I trust. For such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift fit for the Dawntrail. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamatia. I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with defeat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a pot sword. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from the Kozamauka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlene Goldsmith could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuiyola, unfortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of the crafts would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hysera more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various people was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hysera? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Angry. Alright. I was grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guesting. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. The Elector bids the Clements assemble in the large building to the west of the village. I will head over there after finding Tangred and Yorianje. I also ran into the Livelier twins. On the way here, I took the liberty of directing them to the video. Thank you. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep the rock writing. To the feet of Northwest. Okay. Reader Rock thanks you for assisting help and Rock. She will announce the feast once the other comments arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Welcome to Urshi's First Promise. We support your plans for Salt's Crossing and the new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zoralja. He cleared many piles of rockfall as they were pebblestones. The resilient son of Fordolfsir? Zoralja was clearing falling rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, we meet again. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Probably. Claimants, your attention please. As Reader Rock has explained, many of our Potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingle shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliala merchants will suffer. So Reader Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand glowsmith to bring back here with us, or here to us. So we're to recruit a new Potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Reader Rock's request. She'll be happy to inform the Dawntrail of Zoralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. I don't know if that's true completely. The redirect declares the feudal pot's begun, but remember, a pot pack must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue slaps. Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival, which is exactly what we should do. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, we may seek to delay. He may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river, but we can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Woklama? Have any of the candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliyola to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Koana probably has hundreds of young recruits to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Mickey. Want you Mickey? That seems like a logical place to start. Back to Tuliyola. It is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really sick on boats. Really sick on boats. Yeah, we're aware. Look, Lamont, this is hardly news. It was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading down the river will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive, mostly. Such a sad face. I need a moment. Upriver, downriver. Maku is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Rapula can recruit us abroad to him. That's actually a good point. What do I get? It's just faster this way. If I turn in my like for the relic weapon. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back from Wachumeki Mickey? You've not chipped your axe against, have you? No, Master Roleplay. Actually, I have a favor to ask. What do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? The guy you just hired, no? filching my Anderson Stewart for the Malmans, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making I'm willing to look another way if one of them decides to take you up on their offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable cannon off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthshire? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? You mean Von Jean Tain? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry stores across the Salt. Considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he might even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Funnigen at his work best at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at the restaurant. And we shall... Then maybe we should go talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. I wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. You take risks as a Kevin if you like. Right, let's go and see the man about a pot. Are you taking me there, or do I have to walk there? I have to walk there. I am not surprised. You're here too. Third promise said she wanted to chat. I just finished eating, so should we go somewhere quiet? Find a quiet spot outside. Sure. Quite relaxing place. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Aha, yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul. Well, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with a lot of my life. That's wonderful. So what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask you right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work with the Maulblins, isn't it? But you're not a Maulblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in a right of succession. I need to bring a new Potsworn to Earthenshire. So that's the way of it. We barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachu Meki now, you throw that away to sign a pact instead. It's selfish. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliyola. And I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliyola that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pact, then I should gladly do so. Fontaine, thank you. I shall return to Manuel and inform of my decision. Allow me, the reason you're leaving, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Well, that's a thing. Perhaps you remember he broke every. I like a word if you don't mind. Sure. Ulaman's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown too. If the gossips to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have some spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. You now gain access to row quests. Cool. I will gain the proper access later. Master Ripley, I'm sorry I have to tell you this, but Funny has agreed to sign the compact, yes? Well, it's a shame to lose a capable goldsmith. To have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for the Wachimeki Miki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know any other talented artisans regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Mr. Ripley. I'm blessed to have these workshops to be my first home in Tuliyola. Come back to us if the mountains cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachimeki Miki. I expect you'll want to leave for as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he agreed to become a sorter. We'll leave us when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid, we shall meet you anon. I've had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine is putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. Now I can do deliveries here at this place. Amazing! Alright then, I have some things to take care of at my place. Well, you can pass the time however you like. I suggest head back to the cabins. After all, the heroes need to rest. And we have a big journey ahead of us. That is true. To the cabins. Which is the cabins there. Welcome back. Most actually waiting your return. Kirby Pippa III promised entourage will be all overseas looking for you. Summons you to the palace. You present yourself to the gate station outside the purchase your earliest convenience. And one more thing, you're not to mention this visit to La Monk. Absolutely. Okay. So let's go do that right now. Am I gonna go fight the Dawntrail? Does he want to test my metal? Or is there more to all of this? We'll do this and then take a small break for maybe a light lunch. I think that sounds like a plan. Oh, it is a fight. Okay, yep. So we'll do that, do the fight, and then come back. The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest photo battle regalia. It works for me.
forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Stinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course, but expect no other mercies. Come, ready your arms, and show me the truth of the tales. Give it your all! I want a fight to remember! Let's test the waters. Didn't even blink. Have you ever fought a viper? Ha! Let's see how you handle this.
Oh, okay. This is out. Okay.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and listen, kingdom. All right.
Oh, I can't hit you. I was just sitting there. Can't
Did
hit
you think you had my measure? deal. You've shown me more than enough. I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Thank you.
What's your question?
Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
Yeah. I don't know if not already is correct. It's like correct wording.
Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne.
That's fair.
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures,
Love them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamachi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galof's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Yeah. Alright. This would be a good spot to call it, I think. And, not call it, but take a break. Get really quick lunch. More water because I'm out. And stretch. Because it's been, what, 9 hours now since I've started stream? We'll be going on until we finish, I think, hopefully. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after his life. Zoro Chow, your last between friend, listening, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa tell anything else of you? A small favor, nothing more. Well, if that's all it is. Okay. Cool. So, we will be right back. 5 minutes shouldn't have me disconnect, I would hope, question mark. 5-10 minutes, I think. But you never know. So I will be back, hopefully, in 5-10.